Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the CLMS General Assembly, 26. I see, so the advantage of being here in a room with a view, we still see the latecomers entering the venue. There are still some latecomers, so they will join us in a few minutes, I think. I hope you had a good rest, or a nice evening and a good rest, and some fruitful exchanges yesterday. And then today we again have a full program consisting of expert panel sessions, interactive breakout sessions, and insights into how Copernicus is evolving to meet policy, science, and user needs at both European and global levels. Before we begin, a quick reminder again, please put your phones to silent if you have not done so. This event is being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. I think you can find the link even if you haven't received the email, you can find it publicly. There is still Wi-Fi, the password is advertised on the wall. The Wi-Fi connection is Veles, whatever, the name of this location. And we will start with a first session here. You've seen there are 6 chairs on the stage. So it's going to be a very interactive session with 6 speakers. It will be a session with insights into how Copernicus services are becoming even more vital in the ongoing fight against climate change across Europe. This is made possible because representatives from the services presented in yesterday's story map, CAMS, C3S, SEMS, and CMEMS, so the Atmosphere Service, the Climate Service, the Emergency Service, and the Marine Service, are here with us today. And I will not dive in the details, but I will ask our next moderator on the stage. You already know him from yesterday, Nektarios Chrysoulakis, the Director of Research at the Foundation for Research and Technology in Hellas. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, team. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nektarios Chrysoulakis. I'm honored to moderate this panel. And this panel will be focusing on discussion and better understanding on how Copernicus ecosystem can work coherently across services, data streams, models, workflows, user engagement, and future priorities, especially in response to climate challenges. For example, cascading and compounding events, as showcased yesterday, a drought can affect land, water, agriculture, energy, air quality, ecosystems, and emergency preparedness. Or can you remember, 5 years ago, was coordinated the Horizon 2020 Project CURE. Maybe it was likely the first initiative trying to link 4 Copernicus services: Land Monitoring Service, Atmospheric Service, Emergency Service, and Climate Service at European level, leveraging information and data from all Copernicus services to develop cross-cutting applications for the multidimensional urban environment. So today, the question is not only what each Copernicus service can provide, but how the Copernicus ecosystem can work together, supporting better decisions. And our panel today is uniquely positioned to address this challenge, and I'm very pleased to introduce our 5 panelists. First, Mrs. Laurence Will, Director of the Copernicus Atmospheric Monitoring Service, ECMWF. Please, Lauren. Second, Mrs. Corinne Terval, Head of Portfolio Stakeholders Engagement Team from Mercator Ocean. Thank you for coming. Then, Mr. Guido Fioravanti, statistician, Draft Team of Copernicus Emergency Management Service, JRC. Thank you for coming. That's Mr. Jose Miguel Rubio Iglesias, responsible for the cross-cutting coordination of Copernicus access to in-situ data, EEA. Thank you, Jose Miguel. And last but not least, Mr. Peter Schwebel, Principal Scientist for JRC. Okay, thank you all for coming. And we can start. I have prepared discussion in 2 rounds, starting from integration of data sets, models, and workflows, probably interoperability. I have targeted questions, and first question to Peter, CLMS. So, Peter, where does land monitoring most needed input for climate, atmosphere emergency, or marine services?
Is the mic on? Well, I think there is all these products that we have in the Copernicus program are actually in a way interlinked. They all adhere to the Earth system, and in that respect, there is almost, I would say, there are very few ones that you could completely decouple. So there is always kind of some point at which they might meet, and for that reason, interoperability is extremely important. And we see that now, that the more we bring these together, because as long as they all live in their own services environments, there is, of course, the need is not as obvious, and the practical problems of interoperability only arise when you really bring operationally these data together. And that happens with the new platforms that we have. And the CDSE, I think, was a real game changer here. And this is when we find where do we have deficits, and also what we need to do to address them in terms of increasing the interoperability, for example, in semantics and in many other aspects.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question for Laurent. So how can climate information and atmospheric monitoring be made more operationally useful for other Copernicus services?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this question. So it's true that all the data provided and produced by the Copernicus services are available on data stores. So for instance, for atmosphere and climate, we have the atmosphere data store, climate data store, and they are also available via some platforms like Wikio to elaborate some new products, added value products. But certainly this is not enough, and collectively we can do more. It's true that the new data ecosystem that will be set up in the coming months, years, will be very helpful. But I think that one aspect that we should investigate all together at the service level are maybe how to co-design some activities and some products and to deliver maybe new data that are built upon a collective approach. And what is very important, I think, and this is also something for us to promote, is to keep some consistency, because all the services provide some data, and what is very important is that those data are used by the other services to ensure the full consistency of the Copernicus ecosystem, because without that, the users may be a bit lost, and of course, we also lose part of our objective. So I think that, yes, more should be done. It's on the roadmap for Copernicus 3. We have some ideas. Some data platform already exists, but we will make them more interoperable with the other ones. So I think it's crucial, yes.
Thank you, Lorenz. So co-design and consistency, the key terms. That means the role of user is much more important. And so this is the next question to Guido. So Guido, many users are not aware of the links between land monitoring and emergency management. Could you please explain how these two services complement each other in practice?
Yes. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today at this panel session. Today I'm here on behalf of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, and I would answer this question by saying that there is a strong connection between the Copernicus Emergency Management Service and the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service, considering that at SEMS, at the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, we use a large number of products provided by the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. The different SEMS components, EDO and GDO, the European and the Global Drought Observatories, EFAS and GLOFAS, the European and the Global Flood Awareness Systems, EFIS, the European Forest Fire Information Systems, and the Global Wildfire Information System, and the on-demand component rely on land-related information such as land cover products. I would like to give you some concrete, some specific examples. For example, at the European and the Global Drought Observatories, we have implemented an indicator for monitoring the vegetation health status that is based on FAPAR. FAPAR is one of the products provided by Copernicus Land. At the moment, currently, at the drought team at the European and Global Drought Observatory, we are using the American Veles FAPAR product, but in the upcoming months, we need to move to the Sentinel-3 FAPAR product. And FAPAR, I would like to underline its importance because it's a layer of information for computing our flagship drought monitoring indicator, that is the combined drought indicator. Similarly, EFAS and GLOFAS use the leaf area index for flood forecasting and monitoring activities. The Copernicus Land cover is an important input for the on-demand mapping and for the European Forest Fire Information System for damage and impact assessments. So there is a strong connection, and we see the possibility to strengthen this connection in the future. I would like to discuss two potential options, two potential ideas. The first one is related to drought monitoring and FAPAR. Fixing the temporal biases affecting the new FAPAR Sentinel-3 product would be beneficial for drought monitoring. At the same time, the creation of a blended product between MODIS FAPAR and Sentinel-3 FAPAR would allow a longer time series for computing a more stable reference climatology. And the second option is consistency, as the other chairman said, to create more consistency across the different services. For example, the classification of built-up areas in the GHSL, in the global human settlement layer, and in the Copernicus Land cover are not fully aligned, and this can create confusion for end users. So a potential point of collaboration could be this fully alignment of these different concepts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is particularly last one. The buildings is very important for urban environment, and the products that you mentioned, like FAPAR and the leaf area index, are important for the applications you mentioned, but also important for other applications. For example, the global climate community, the multi-scale climate modeling that is occurring these days is very, very much based on this type of products. So thank you very much. So next question, let's change a little bit. Go to Corinne and Copernicus Marine Monitoring Service. So, Corinne, what is needed to better connect marine and coastal information with land and emergency workflows?
Thank you for the question. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. So, yes, many coastal challenges are driven by interaction between the ocean, the atmosphere, and the land processes. So no single Copernicus service can on its own provide a full picture. For example, marine waters and activities in coastal areas are strongly influenced by rivers and more generally by land-sea interactions. River freshwater inputs create highly variable plumes that affect ecosystems. Nutrient and pollutant can lead to eutrophication, algal blooms, and degraded water quality. Most Copernicus service modeling systems already use the river discharge data provided by the Copernicus Emergency Service through GLOFAS. In the same way, Copernicus Marine Service forecasting systems use on a daily basis atmospheric forcing from the atmosphere service. And regarding coastal flooding, to understand and anticipate impact, we need information on sea level, storm surges, and waves from the marine service, but also rainfall information, land cover, exposure data on emergency marine service product. And another example, marine heat waves that affect sectors such as aquaculture and coastal economies. Understanding the full chain from changes in the ocean to impact on people, infrastructures, and economic activities requires collaboration across the services. We could work together to better identify cross-cutting topics and better understand specific events or long-term trends that affect coastal areas at different levels: maritime activities, human activities, and marine environment protection. And this is exactly the objective of the Copernicus Coastal Hub, for example, which is an example of collaboration between services. It was developed to facilitate access to data and simplify users' workflow. For a given topic, users should be able to find a kind of toolkit bringing together the most relevant Copernicus data.
Thank you very much. And last question for this round for José Miguel. So José Miguel, which in situ gaps and challenges most limit cross-service integration?
Thank you and good morning, and also thank you for the invitation to sit in this panel. We have heard a lot yesterday, and I think we will hear as well later on in situ data in Copernicus. In situ data activities are carried out by all the different services. They are in charge of operationally to get access to the in situ data, and understandably so, they have different needs. But we also have to understand that there are many data sets, in situ data sets, that are used. The same data set, let's say, are used by the different services. We have heard from Corinne now and also from Guido about some data sets which are used also in other services, right? I think there is a lot of room for improvement in Copernicus for streamline the use of in situ data across different services. Because now every service has their own, let's say, practices, their own platforms. Also, we have to understand as well that the different in situ networks have been set up typically to serve specific thematic communities and not to serve the Earth observation community. And then we find that data sets, different data sets from the different in situ networks use different formats, different standards. We have problems of interoperability, as Peter has mentioned before. We have issues related to data policies. So all these are, let's say, aspects that we need to continue addressing. That's a bit the reason why we, at the EA, as cross-cutting coordinator of the Copernicus in situ component, we prepare together with the different entrusted entities the Copernicus in situ component strategy for the next multi-annual financial framework to, let's say, strengthen the coordination at Copernicus level and to ensure that the different services use ultimately common and trusted observations and reference data, making sure that at least as much as possible we use the common evidence base and let's say, we collect once and we use many times. No?
Thank you very much. And it is obvious that the role of in situ data becoming more and more important, and expect more institutional collaboration between the Copernicus ecosystem and European infrastructures like ICOS, for example, or ACTRIS, and this type of sensors. So it's expected.
Indeed, indeed.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, let's proceed to the second round of questions related to users, NCPs, and thematic hubs. So I have first question for Roland. So the National Collaboration Program model is already important for climate atmospheric uptake. So could this become a stronger cross-service mechanism?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, maybe two words about the NCP. So within CAMS, within Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service, we have started to set up NCPs, so national collaboration programs, since the beginning of Copernicus 2, so since 2021. And at the beginning, it was, we have in place now, since then, 24 national collaboration programs, bilateral programs with the countries, with member states, to collaborate with national experts. And this is a wonderful way to stimulate first uptake of our products, our data, but also to stimulate collaboration with the national experts, because all the services, and it's true for the atmosphere and climate service, are focused on policy needs, I think. The idea is to support the national experts, the countries, for dealing with the implementation of EU regulations or EU commitments regarding international agreements. And sometimes it's true that it's not so easy to use all the products, all the data that we have. So we have put that in place. This is quite a successful initiative, and now we have built up a nice NCP community which meets regularly, twice a year, with, for instance, the Atmosphere User Forum. And what we have understood, also discussing with this community, preparing the next phase of Copernicus 3, is that this is a very, very important instrument for the users in the country that should be in place also in the next phases. And what we have heard is that, okay, the countries would like to have more inter-country, transboundary collaboration, but also inter-services collaboration. And this is something that we should take. So just to chip in on what I said just before, the idea is also for us, with the users, to conceive some products or to illustrate how the combination of our services, our products could produce new added value products that could be of interest for the country. So dialogue with the national experts, and we have some fora in all the services to stimulate those dialogue. We will organize a national collaboration program event, cross-cutting event that will be organized by the EA in September. It will be the opportunity to think more about that. But this is a wonderful instrument that we have understood and we want to keep alive and efficient.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward to attend this event, which is very important, organized in September. I think it's needed. So next question of this for Peter. So Peter, how can land users be connected more easily with climate emergency and in situ information?
Well, through better interoperability, probably. I think even from the user perspective, the connection, I think, is rather obvious. The users usually don't go to a platform and say, I need only the data from this particular service or from this service. The users have a specific issue, and they try to get the best information for their purpose. And so far, they had usually to decide among portals, and they had to go to a specific service, and they found more or less everything they had, and they started working, and later they found, oh, there was something else somewhere else, and they tried to access that. And then maybe they saw, oh, that's slightly differently defined. They have a bit of a different idea of the water extent, of the settlement, of whatever, and then it doesn't really fit in the study. And this is why they then maybe are not really encouraged in kind of doing this inter-service search for data. And I think it's slowly changing. It's a matter of coordination. It's a matter of how you help the user to find not only a specific product in a specific service, but the best product across all services. And of course, by making sure that these products complement each other. And that has to do with consistency. Consistency is a word that's easily said, but it's very hard to measure. And we need, of course, to also look into what actually does it mean to be consistent. What does it mean across scales? Usually one of the things that are fundamentally different across our services are to some extent the scales at which we do things. And we do look at burnt area. We do that in many different services, but at very different scales, from the meter range to the kilometer range. And still, a user can, should of course, be able to expect that, depending on what he is interested, that these things fit together. So that's the task that we have, a lot of internal coordination, and then, of course, to bring everything together. And here, the interoperability, the platforms, the way we share catalogs, but to share catalogs, you need common metadata. Also, that is something that is not yet being addressed. Basically, every service is free to call everything in their metadata as they like. So these are the kind of things that we have to systematically tackle and make sure that we arrive at something that is really guiding the user to the best possible option.
Thank you very much. This multi-scale issue is very, very important, especially for organic climate modeling, because we have information broadcasting scales and feed one scale to another, and they have two-way feedback from one scale to another. So it is very important to give these models can be supported by information provided by all services. So next question for Guido. How can thematic hubs move beyond simply delivering information to users and become a mechanism for bringing user needs and feedback back into evolution of Copernicus services?
Thanks for the question. Thematic hubs represent an important opportunity to interact with new communities that do not necessarily correspond to the traditional user groups of the individual Copernicus services. By bringing together users around specific themes rather than service boundaries, thematic hubs can help identify emerging needs, new requirements, and innovative use cases. A good example of that is the planned Copernicus thematic hub on water. The Copernicus Emergency Management Service can contribute to this initiative with a wide range of water-related products, including drought and flood monitoring information, including soil moisture anomalies, low flow index, the total water storage, and standardized precipitation index. This thematic hub can help present all these products in a more coherent and accessible way, making these products easier to discover and used by new communities that do not correspond to the traditional core groups of the Copernicus services. And at the same time, this thematic hub can represent a channel to collect feedbacks and experiences to share them back to the involved and relevant Copernicus services.
Thank you very much, Guido. So can link the next question to Corinne. So Corinne, for coastal users, how can thematic hubs simplify access to marine, land, emergency, and climate information?
Yes, so together with other Copernicus service, we have developed the Copernicus Coastal Hub. So this hub is connected to the Wikio portal, which provides access to all Copernicus service data. So this hub provides access to a selection of Copernicus products identified as the most relevant for the specific topics related to coastal areas. It also presents a wide range of use cases illustrating how Copernicus data can be used in this environment, and also service as a viewer and user support. And a dedicated call for proposal was launched under the National Collaboration Program to support the development of new use cases combining different services and data. For example, for the Coastal Hub, 5 new use cases have been developed by combining products from at least 2 Copernicus services. So this thematic hub is not being developed to replace the services, but rather to better connect them around the user needs. And we now need to go further, share more experience among interested entities, or consider using part of the National Collaboration Program to support the development of new use cases, for example. And in addition, it's essential to strengthen the collection of user needs, user feedback on the Copernicus Hub in order to better respond to user needs and co-design the future evolution of the hub, both in terms of data, but also in terms of cross-service use cases.
Thank you very much. And last question for Jose Miguel. So to what extent do you think that could in situ be included as a theme in future cross-cutting NCP, given their relevance across services?
Thank you. Well, there are 2 aspects we think about. For example, potential national collaboration program on in situ. One side, which is of cross-cutting nature, of course. On one side, because, of course, in situ activities, access to in situ data, related challenges are a common denominator for all the services. And then on the other side, because member states are the key in situ data providers for Copernicus. So that makes a potential activity NCP-like instrument for in situ something that we think it will really improve or really provide added value in the next phase of Copernicus, because it will help raising awareness about the importance and the foundational role of in situ data in Copernicus, help address common challenges. I mentioned already a few of them related to standards, interoperability, streamlining the use of similar data sets across different services, and also helping to connect with national in situ networks and communities, helping to discuss priorities, which are the gaps, also providing a forum or a platform to, let's say, promote potential projects or activities that help address these priorities, both at national level, but also at European level. And also, if we think about the strategic autonomy and resilience, having a good understanding of what are the national capabilities, national in situ capabilities in Europe, what are the gaps, and what are the opportunities of partnerships. We think this will be a very good added value, let's say, to Copernicus. Of course, we need to think on practical terms whether such an in situ national collaboration program should be something implemented as a standalone or should be a module across different national collaboration programs. That's something that I think we need to discuss together with all the different services.
Of course, yeah. Thank you very much, Jose Miguel. So a quick third round about climate-driven emergency and compound risks. So I have a question common to all. How can Copernicus Services collaboration improve Europe's response to climate-driven emergency, especially the compound events? Can you give proven examples where collaboration improved outcomes? You can start from Laurent.
Yes, I think that this is an objective. So dealing with the climate challenges and stimulating or supporting climate resilience of Europe, and this is a common challenge that we share between all the services. And so it's true that there is a climate service that gathers a lot of information from not only the services but from research activities, operational activities. But it's true that a part of our activities is also dedicated to understanding what can happen in the future and how the climate has already changed our areas. For instance, I can just give an example. Focus maybe on the atmosphere service. What we do. So there is a heat wave now today. This week, so Europe is impacted by an amazing heat wave. We are only in June. This is usually, you remember maybe the heat wave that we had in August 2003. It seems that this is the same kind of heat wave that now we have, but this is in June. And 20 years after, this is in June. And so how it impacts our environment? First, heat wave, so we suffer, all of us, of heat. There is a strong impact, certainly, on vegetation. I think that regarding, of course, it will make the vegetation drier, so it will increase the risk of fires, of wildfires, certainly in the future, and this is a link with the emergency service. It also increases the levels of ozone concentrations. This is a topic I know very well, I like very much, but unfortunately, and this is unfortunately not solved at the European scale, and it will not be for tomorrow, and we see now that the ozone concentration increase, and it will impact, of course, health, but also ecosystems, because ozone has a harmful effect on ecosystems, and this is a kind of illustration of the cycle and circle circle that we can build up all together to deal with one of the climate challenge. Just to illustrate that, yes, we work together on such challenges, but maybe colleagues, you have other examples too.
And it is the second heat wave, eh? This is not the first, the second.
Absolutely, absolutely.
First of all, I would like to say that addressing weather and climate-related risks is at the core of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service. The reason is that while fires, droughts, and floods are increasingly interacting with one another and with other hazards, and a collaboration, and this makes a collaboration across the Copernicus services more important than ever. A valuable and effective collaboration should bring together individual expertise, observations, modeling capabilities in order to strengthen the knowledge of risks and support better preparedness, monitoring, and response. And this is particularly important when we deal with compound hazards, when multiple hazards occur simultaneously or in sequence, and their impacts reinforce one another. An example of that, an example of good collaboration across Copernicus services, in our opinion, is represented by drought monitoring and forecasting. At the drought team of the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, we continuously try to revise our methodologies to monitor drought, to implement new methodologies to monitor drought, but at the same time, we rely on products, observations, data provided by the other Copernicus services. As I said before, for example, FAPAR could be an important source of information for the European Drought and the Global Drought Observatories, but also we rely on the ERA 5 precipitation analysis from the Copernicus Climate Change Service for the computation of the Standardized Precipitation Index. From the Copernicus Climate Change Service, we retrieve seasonal forecasts for the computation of our probabilistic seasonal indicators. So we collect all these pieces of information to provide more robust information to our stakeholders and to support Europe's ability to anticipate and respond climate-driven emergencies.
Thank you very much.
Well, I can intervene now. I mean, of course, my approach or my view here is more from the upstream rather than downstream, like my colleagues. Of course, users in the context of a compound event, they ultimately require information from different services to be combined in one coherent operational picture. And to underpin this, we need, as I said before, a common evidence base, common trusted observations and reference data sets. From the EA perspective, as coordinator of the Copernicus Institute component, we have a number of instruments put in place to support the services to make sure that we use, let's say, common in-situ data sets. We have on one side the licensing agreements that we have set up with key data providers, something particularly EUMETNet, the Association of Meteorological and Hydrological Agencies in Europe, where we are now, thanks to the agreements put in place, we are now providing, or helping to provide colleagues in the Copernicus Emergency Service. They are using the data as part of or they are ingesting the national meteorological and hydrological data in their meteorological and hydrological data collection centers, and also can be used by the colleagues from Copernicus Climate Change Service, Copernicus Atmosphere Service. We also have a licensing agreement with Eurogeographics, the Association of National Mapping Agencies in Europe, and we are facilitating the access to reference data sets to all the different services through a platform run by the EA called CORDA, the Copernicus Reference Data Access Portal, where we are, let's say, promoting the access to authoritative data to all, particularly mapping services, but to all the services that may need it. And also we are exploring, particularly for the next multi-annual financial framework, Copernicus 3.0, the possibility to work together more closely with the colleagues of the on-demand mapping, the mapping component of the Copernicus Emergence Service, to see how their geospatial data lake that they have set up can be, let's say, combined or make interoperable together with Corda. So we make sure that the data that has been let's say, adapted and make available for use is used across the different services.
Thank you very much. Comment?
Thank you. Yes, so I take an example in the Mediterranean Sea. So we are observing higher sea temperature and more frequent marine heat waves. So these changes can increase evaporation, contribute to extreme weather conditions, and have impact on coastal communities. And so to understand the full chain of impact, we need to combine different types of information: marine heat waves, air temperature, and humidity, soil moisture, and wildfire risk. So this is why the collaboration is essential. It allows to build a more integrated response and help decision makers better anticipate risk and impacts. And I think that the thematic hub I mentioned just before is a very strong collaboration to answer these needs to help to support the decision makers.
Any comment?
So I think most the important things or many examples have been made. So maybe coming back to the Earth system, I think it's clear that most natural hazards are by nature compound events. And most of them, for example, anyhow, are strongly linked to the atmosphere. And even if the cause is not, let's say, through the atmosphere, think of volcanoes, they produce ash clouds. So there is always a strong interaction, or earthquakes that produce tsunamis. So all these things are connected. As I said initially, the Earth is a system. The division into these different parts is something that we do to reduce a bit the complexity, to be able to handle it and to have dedicated approaches to each of the different problems, but the overall system remains one, and that's why I think it's so important that we don't lose that out of sight. So it's important to have specialization, but it's equally important, and maybe that's what's currently often lost a bit out of sight. It's equally important to keep the things together and to make sure that whatever comes in the future, we have the necessary means to bring all our knowledge together in order to tackle the challenges that arise from exactly this very complex and combined effects.
Thank you very much. Seems that we have less than 10 minutes, so we'll have a very quick last round related to platform standards at Copernicus 3. So again, a question common to all. So during a crisis, users need fast access to trusted, actionable information rather than fragmented service-specific product. How can trusted entities work together to deliver a more integrated and user-centered experience across Copernicus services? Okay. Can start with you.
Oh, okay, I can start. Yes, I would say that the most important point is technical interoperability that was mentioned before by the other people here. Yes, we need to strengthen harmonization across Copernicus services in terms of technical interoperability, and this means data discovery, access mechanisms, data formats, and metadata should follow internationally recognized open standards so that the users can access information from the different services in a predictable and consistent way. And along with technical interoperability, we believe that we need to create a unique Copernicus data catalog where users can search, access, and collect information without needing to navigate separate systems. And this is particularly important when users need to access trusted information quickly, especially during emergencies when time is critical. So technical interoperability, at the same time, we need to strengthen both geographic and semantic harmonization across data sets and products. Similar concepts, geographic information and definitions should be more consistency across the different services to reduce confusion for the users. And finally, all these products should be readily usable by modern analytical tools, including geospatial artificial intelligence tools.
Well, again, my view is more from the upstream point of view, sorry. What I can say is that it's a bit in the spirit of facilitating the collaboration across the services that and I will repeat myself again, we set up we prepared the Copernicus in situ component strategy, where we put a lot of emphasis in the need for strengthen interoperability, strengthen as well, let's say, common data management practices, cross-service interaction when it comes to in situ data, because that's the focus of the strategy. And also, of course, from the in situ point of view, the cooperation with the data providers is essential. And linking to one of the questions before, that's why we think the collaboration with the member states, with the countries, is very important. Having an instrument like an NCP for in situ would help as well promoting best practices, more data sharing, but also the use of common standards and common formats. No? That will help, of course, for a better and more integrated Copernicus data ecosystem.
Okay. Thank you. So the thematic hub, again, I think it's the first step towards stronger cooperation across Copernicus services. We now need to strengthen this cooperation around user needs and key cross-cutting topics. In March, we organized a workshop with the entrusted entity to identify and share which will be the collaboration that could be developed within the framework of Copernicus 3. Among the different thematics identified, the land-sea interface clearly emerged as a common priority, together with topics such as coastal resilience, water quality, or climate adaptation. The objective is to move from service-centered approach to a user-centered approach. So, yes, during a crisis, users are not looking separately for marine, land, climate, atmosphere, or emergency products. They need easy access to trusted and actionable information that brings together the relevant expertise from the Copernicus ecosystem. And yes.
Thank you very much.
Well, again, very simple, overcome fragmentation. Make sure that users find the same type of interfaces, the same functionality of interfaces, the same semantics in naming products, the same semantics in file naming, in basically the whole approach. And in interoperability, we speak about frameworks, and frameworks have several factors. Semantics is one of them, but also the architecture, the interfaces, that all needs to be much better coordinated. And I think that will make it a lot easier for users to basically find their way. And it will also be much more encouraging to explore across the whole portfolio that Copernicus has in stock. And keep in mind, Earth observation is not just satellites or Earth observation is everything. In situ is Earth observation. We should really pursue the holistic approach. We have one system for which we have one set of tools to monitor it, and everything has to, in theory, play together. And it can play together if we make it such. And for that, of course, it needs a lot of harmonization that in the past was obviously a bit neglected, simply because it is much easier to work in smaller groups, in silos, but it doesn't help to build up more silos. And the only thing that really helps is everyone has to a little bit change what they do. Interoperability is not that everyone else does the things the way you are doing it. Interoperability is if we all together change how we approach things.
This is very important. Earth observation is not only satellites, and this at least is the official definition given by Group of Earth Observations and the documents, I think.
Yeah, GEO exactly has the very good definition. And meanwhile, CEOS also has adopted this one. And I think it becomes more and more clear that we should not understand Earth observation as something that is done from far. It's actually irrelevant from where you do it. It's important that you keep the phenomenon in the center.
Exactly. And we can close with.
Yeah, 2 words, because a lot has been said, and I think that the key words have been pronounced by colleagues. So consistency, interoperability, holistic approach for our services, for our products, and also easy access and quick access to trustworthy and authoritative data. This is our mission. And just maybe to say that this is also a part of the conversation that we currently have in the perspective of Copernicus 3 within this Copernicus Data and Information Service Task Force, which is coordinated by the European Commission with the contribution of all the member states also to frame this access. And this is, of course, a part of the Copernicus digitalization strategy that is ongoing, and this is a part of our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Seems that we're run out of time, and so no time for questions from the audience, but we have the breakout sessions, so can do it. I can very, very quickly wrap up. So I think a few messages came out clearly. First, interoperability is not about data formats or platforms. It's also about workflows, trust, validation, governance, and user support. Second, stronger user needs are increasingly cross-service. Climate-driven emergency adaptation planning and environmental monitoring, wind, land, atmosphere, climate, marine emergency, and in-situ information to work together. And third, Copernicus 3 is an opportunity to move further from separate data streams toward integrated, decision-ready services, while maintaining the scientific transparency and quality that make Copernicus trusted. So I would like to thank once again our panelists, the audience, and close the session. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Nectarios, and thanks a lot to all the panelists. It's clear that we should not work on our Copernicus Land Island, but there is a lot of interaction ongoing and still needed to be reinforced. I heard a lot of interesting topics where we need to improve, and it's a challenge again for us because we will need to put this in formal documents, in legislation, in working agreements, in whatever. So we have some work ahead, but that's good. That's why we are here. I would like to move to one of the more interactive parts of the program. As mentioned yesterday, of course, we like to hear very much from you. And to facilitate this once again, we have worked with the service representatives to organize a series of breakout sessions, giving you the opportunity to share your input on topics that are important for your and our work. So we have arranged 4 different breakout sessions, but each session will last about 35 minutes and will be organized twice. And there is a 10-minute break between the 2 sessions, which means you will have the opportunity to attend 2 different sessions, or if you really like it, you can stay in the same session as well for 2 times. You have a 10-minute break to move from one to another. So there was a very nice slide on this, and I can tell you that the 4 sessions are listed here. Wait, I have to follow the same order. The role of the Copernicus services in tackling climate-driven risks in coastal areas is taking place in the Sala Oceano, very applicable, on the 2nd floor. So this is 1 floor down. We're on the 3rd one, so 1 floor down. Then there is the role of Copernicus services in the emergency cycle as contributors to alert systems in the Sala Mar, on the 2nd floor as well. The future of Copernicus in a changing climate in the Sala Genova, also on the second floor. So these 3 sessions take place on the second floor. You go 1 floor down with the stairs, with the elevator, as you like. The last session, the 4th one here, is about user needs and uptake, and will take place here in this room. So if you want to follow this one, you can stay here or come back. The first round will start at 10:05 to more or less 10:40. The second round will start at 10 to 11, sorry, and will last until 11:25, more or less. That means we still have, after that, half an hour of coffee break, and at 12, we expect you back here for the closing presentations of the assembly. Okay? So 4 sessions, choose what you like. 10:05 to 10:40, and then 10:50 to 11:25. Enjoy.
So, everyone, we're getting ready to start. As we're pretty scattered, and this is not the ideal room for an engaging session, may I kindly ask you to move a bit closer, because you're super far away, and then it's a bit more difficult to actually talk. So please come and make yourself comfortable up here. Thank you. So maybe before we properly start, we will introduce ourselves. I kind of did it yesterday, but I can repeat that my name is Joanna Ballastis-Levinson, and I'm responsible for user uptake in the CLMS team at the EEA. And I am here with Michel.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Michel Massa, working for the European Commission, the JRC, and working on CLMS. So we are very lucky because we have kept this room. So the others are in the second floor. Third floor is really better, the view is better, so lucky we are. So I hope you are in the right session. It's about user uptake here. So we will just discuss user uptake because we have to improve the user uptake of our products. So CLMS, I hope you are quite familiar with CLMS. It's a lot of product. It's more than 50 different products made by the management and the coordination under the coordination of EA, but also under the coordination of GRC. We have a lot of contractors, more than 20 contractors making these products. These products are on a timeline. They are daily product, they are 10 daily, they are annual, so a lot of variety of product. Also the scale, the coverage of these products, some are local, some are regional, continental, and global. So a lot of variety. So I can imagine that you may be a little bit lost in this product and in accessing and downloading and working with this product. On top of that, we have an additional difficulty is that we are now moving from a central portal for the dissemination of the product to 2, and maybe in the future 3 different portals. But let's speak about 2 portals, which is the CLMS portal that you may know, where you have all the information about what's going on in CLMS. But now we have the CDSC, which is the dissemination portal, where you will have access to the product. So it's connected, of course, to the CLMS portal, but it's also another way of accessing the product with other functionalities, and so it's maybe a little bit more difficult for you to get access to this product. So the topic of this session is to look at how you are accessing the product or not, but maybe you don't know the product, and to look also at the issue you are facing in accessing this product and how you would like that we improve the access. And the bottlenecks in this access, and also maybe if there is a possibility to look at CDSC access of this product to see if you are comfortable with the new approach of CDSC. And so I don't want to be too systematic, but we could look also at the FAIR principle to see if the product is findable, if you can find it, if you can access it, if it's interoperable, and if it's reusable. So that's the FAIR principle to make sure that the product is accessible for you. So as said, we will have 2 sessions, and so we can start now, but maybe we'd like to start with some testimonies. What do you think?
Yeah, so we kind of have talked to some people already, and we had asked some people to talk about these 3 questions, just to get the discussion going. It was not only focused on data access, but on user uptake and the possibilities and limitations that you foresee with our products as a whole. And so I would like to invite Marco from Iceland to start.
Yeah. Hi to everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity here. So maybe a quick introduction to myself. I'm Marco Pizzolato, and I'm working for the Natural Science Institute of Iceland. And we're also acting as the National Mapping Agency and also the National Geodetic System and Infrastructure. We maintain that. I want maybe to point out initially a little bit that Iceland has some differences to other countries in Europe. So, for example, we don't have so many trees, so our tree cover is very limited. We have kind of a lot of geological and tectonic processes going on, and therefore we have a bigger focus on those points maybe. And maybe also worth mentioning that our institute is also producing the Corin land cover product. And we are active in the NCP land, but also support the NCP marine and NCP atmosphere. Yeah. So just as a general introduction, maybe. And then what the key applications that we do in our domain. So as we are doing the geodetic system, we are working a lot with EGMS, which is the ground motion service, especially for example, I don't know if you have heard volcanic eruptions in Iceland. That's maybe a thing. Latest after 2010, people know about Iceland with the eruptions. So we want to observe things properly and in long term. And so EGMS comes really helpful in that sense that we can have screen large areas and see trends, for example, in changes and subsidization of the ground and so on. Also for screening landslides, because as we have a lot of rain in Iceland, we also have a kind of the ground going, having more kind of, not liquidity, but like it starts to slide more. And so we can monitor those with EGMS in long term where there's movements. Yeah, so that's kind of the key applications I want to mention here that may be in Iceland. And as we collaborate also with other institutes, we see that, for example, the small woody, small landscape features or trees become an interest because we are trying to reforest, especially because we're missing trees. And so there's a lot of money and effort going in from the state, and we want to support kind of and follow up on what this money is doing and producing over a long time. And so in a bigger picture, see what the changes are. Yeah. So, yeah, should I go to the next point directly? Okay, so we see some barriers in Iceland, which is in a way, maybe we're also started late using Copernicus. We joined later to the program, and that's why we sometimes have the feel that the trust of the data sets is not arrived by the users. So in a sense that the data set might be trustworthy, but the users don't know. So how do we bring this information directly to the users? There's this amazing data sets that is available, but how, and they don't know if they can trust it. So there is documentation clearly about it and to be read and so on, but we cannot expect normal users which have their daily processes to dig so deep into the data set. So someone has to vow for that product or kind of be there to support them. And that's what we are kind of trying to do a little bit now at the national national scale. For example, with national agencies that try more to start using data sets in the reporting, and when they have needs, for example, with the trees monitoring. And the other thing is we see maybe is the time scale of the data set, because sometimes maybe for some European countries, EGMS at a long time scale is good for long-term monitoring, but for us, maybe we have processes that are faster, and it would be helpful to have like maybe also some possibilities in a shorter term. But at the moment, that's what we're processing, and then use our GNSS sensors to then monitor these things. So we appreciate the long-term trend opportunity, and we ask, is there a possibility also for helping us in the shorter term at scale kind of analysis? And this also maybe counts for other data sets in a way for that they don't done yearly, so that we can have use the data sets in reporting yearly. Why I'm saying this is because if there is a data set which comes out every 3 years, authorities might not consider it when they have reporting needs which are yearly. And so this data set is basically excluded from be taken into consideration just because it doesn't fit the needs from the users. And then maybe passing to the biggest opportunity, the last point. There, I would like to mention that we started this process as the National Mapping Agency, that we would like to, in a sense, bring this trust to our users. And therefore, we want to integrate Copernicus data directly in our national geodata portal, in the sense that it's a map where users can compare directly national data sets, maybe often with higher resolution, and that they trust national users and can be able to compare that with data sets that are from Copernicus. And therefore, there is this direct comparison that it's in a quick way available before they start to look at the documentation. And if they see that it matches, often they have a higher, they have hopes, and then they start to read the documentation in a way. But if they don't see that they're comparable at the first point of view, they're maybe have this experience of, oh, we're different as Iceland, maybe because of landscape, because we don't have so much crop and agriculture. And so the point is, oh, maybe it's different, it doesn't work for us. So we start developing our own things. And that's kind of a pity, because then we do double work and we can maybe integrate things already existing. So yeah, especially as for a smaller country where we have a lot of square kilometers to monitor per capita, so that just makes sense to use available tools. Yeah.
Thank you. Now? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, Marco. So just a brief question about the trust, because definitely a big opportunity is this with the ingestion into the national data infrastructure, which is really interesting. But what about something like local use cases and validation in Iceland? Could that also help increase the trust?
Like we also maybe are not furnishing enough data to, for example, in situ or and so on. I think there is also two-way communication that needs to be happening. And so by actually seeing the data sets that flow into producing, for example, I don't know, the tree cover or something like that, then users are more also trusting it, because they see Icelandic's data has been inserted in these data sets to be tested, and then they come out in the testing reports, kind of. And there's definitely a need also from our side to improve. And I feel we have so many sides that we're tackling, so we're trying also to catch up. Maybe it's a two-way thing, right? And yeah, so how do we can bring this trust directly to the users at the same time? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks.
I don't know if someone, Erwan, you would be ready to make a short testimony about the... We are a big family, so nobody should be shy. I'm shy, but the others not. Yeah.
Yeah, and then afterwards we can open the floor for discussion. We also have some questions for you.
So, hello everyone. My name is Erwan Fillol. I'm working for the NGO Action Against Hunger, which is a humanitarian NGO working on fighting the hunger at a world scale and to support livelihood communities. And one of our projects, for which we are using CLMS products, it's in West Africa, more precisely in West Sahel area, which is a semi-arid environment. And their livelihood is mainly dependent on livestock, with a nomadic pastoral herding system, where the pastoralists make transhumant movement along seasons in order to optimize the resources. And we need reliable information in order to help the decision making of the herders, but also for the decision maker to plan strategic planning and to deploy emergency in case of emergency situation. So we're using different products from the CLMS, the vegetation production, what we call DMP for dry matter productivity, in order to assess the recovery of the pasture. We are using another product for the water bodies, because obviously water, it's one of the key resources for the herders. And more recently, we are using bushfire. Bushfire presents security issue, but also degradation of the pastoral resources. So we need updated information in order to reach two different kind of users, basically the decision makers, for which we are producing analytical bulletins, regular analytical bulletins, and updated dashboards. And to reach the herders on the field, we are using radio broadcasting to send messages about the pastoral situation on certain location. We are using WhatsApp messaging, and we are more recently developed an application working on smartphone for the herders to have an overview of the pastoral situation. So what are the biggest barriers to use the CLMNC products? For us, it's the processing capacities in order to pre-process the data and to make it available or usable by the different level of users. And to develop visualization tools are complex, firstly to develop and then to maintain. I have to report that there are frequent and recurrent changes in data access in the CLMS platform that makes the procedure that make difficult to maintain an operational system. And we find difficult to prepare the data set and to clip the data set prior of the download. And and maybe first of all, it's the limitation of funding for us make difficult to develop technical and operational system. And third, the biggest opportunities for increasing the use of CLMS. So firstly, maybe an increase of the spatial and temporal resolution, especially for water product. For the moment, it's monthly at a resolution of 100 meters So to detect small non-permanent pond and water bodies, maybe a better both spatial and temporal resolution will help. And reducing of the latency, so the time between the overpass of the satellite and when the data is accessible, in order to be more reactive in case of emergency situation and to provide the most possible updated information to the users. In terms of product, we are looking for a product sensitive to the presence of dry matter. All the product about vegetation is about the presence of green and photoactive vegetation, while dry matter, non-photoactive vegetation is still valuable resources for the herders. And finally, we are looking for a seasonal forecast. Maybe predicting the vegetation production and at a timeline of a season, and water availability make possible the implementation of an early warning system and then early action. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
No, that's very interesting. But the seasonal forecast, that's also making the link between the climate service and also the land service, because the climate service is producing this seasonal, let's say, weather forecast. And so we can model that and implement that in the context of the land to produce something on the grassland and the potential at end of the season and during the season of the. So that makes a very good link. Yeah. So, yeah, the data, you said that the data access, the change of the data access, that is an issue on your side.
Yeah, recently, maybe I'm wrong, but I found that there were 2 or 3 times a change in the data access procedure that make it difficult for us to maintain an operational system, and we need to adapt our process line to the new data access. Maybe it's not at the best time for us to spend time on that, and we have a very limited team capacities. So that is an issue. We understand that sometimes that needs to be done, but why it's so often? That's the question.
Okay. And the format of the data, is it fine?
The format of the data is fine. NetCDF or GeoTIFF are usable. The difficulties is in the clipping. I know there is a possibility to clip the data set prior of downloading, but it's look very, very complex. And with token to be sent and back, I give up in trying. So even if I just interested on one part of the map, I have to download the whole data set and then clip locally. So I think we can do better there.
I think we can build on this one.
Sorry, I was surprised by my own voice. I was very interested with your presentation. I was wondering, you mentioned about the data access and the changes on the data access. From our point of view, because this is something that I guess that a lot of users face, what is in our hands to make that step easier? Is it more about the capacity? Is it more about announcing it very early, or giving you maybe, I don't know, other type of tools available? So because these challenges, of course, and I mean, I don't know how long have you been working with our data, but I think that if you are not very familiar with it, it's yet another barrier that then it's very difficult to even maybe get from the management the support that you need to continue working in that way. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, so I'm working with this data set since almost 20 years now, with firstly with VGT for Africa at this time. And so from then up to what it is today, there were several changes in the way how to access the data. So maybe if we, I don't know, I don't have the solution actually, but definitely if we can have training, proper training, it could be online or it could be even recorded training online that explain us very clearly how to access the data, video or something. Because the description sometimes is not precise enough, and we need a very high background, technical background, in order to implement the solution, proposed solution. So yeah, maybe to lower down the level of the user, and not thinking we are IT or what, but yeah, simple users. But I don't have the solution actually. Yeah, definitely the problem is not so simple. Mm.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I think we can open the floor now if anyone else has any reflections on data access, because it's extremely essential for us that you know where and how to find our data and how to use them. Yes, I'm coming.
Thank you. Hi. I have same thing with the speaker. I have 3 points actually. One is a question to Michelle regarding CDSC. As you rightly pointed out, the CLMS data was moving to CDSC. But what is the status at the moment? Where should one access data? Does CDSC have everything, or should just one remain on CLMS? And my other 2 points are more comments rather, which I concur with the Icelandic colleague. One is in terms of data validation, in terms of having national trust in the data that there is there. I mean, is it validated using in situ data national data? So that builds more trust why a user would, would download the data. And second is the timeline. The timeline, for example, we have NRR reporting at the moment. So we have NRR reporting for 2024. And you're meant to use Backbone. Backbone is 2023. So I see these are the comments we get from higher up, from management, ministerial level. So do you use your data sources, national data sources, but we want to use Copernicus, but yet Copernicus is, well, we're 3 years now back. So what is if there's more communication on updates of such data sets, it would enhance the uptake of Copernicus for such reporting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, very good points.
Yeah, we have the specialist of CDSE here, so I'll give him the floor.
Well, hi everybody, Matteo Mattiuzzi from the EEA in Copenhagen, Copernicus Land Monitoring Service team, and I'm responsible for the migration of our EEA data, CLMS EEA data, to the CDSE. We have started the migration more than a year ago, the real movement of data. GRC data has been almost completely migrated to the CDSC, so the global CLMS products. I think there is still the global water cover explorer, which will be migrated, so just a few products which are not yet migrated to the CDSC. Then there are the EA products, so basically the pan-European and the priority area mapping products, where we are really in the middle of the migration process. So we have the VPP have been VLCC migrated, the vegetation land cover characteristics, Urban Atlas, CLC plus instances, and we are now progressively moving all our products to the CDSC. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Is it fine for the answer? Yeah. Okay, so another comment.
Because there were 2 more.
There was 2 comments. One on the validation, and the other one on the timeline of the product, the announcement of the. So you think that we should announce, or we should process more often or propose more updates on the data. Communicate. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. So the point is to improve our communication about when new updates can be expected. Yes. Point taken. Absolutely.
And then for the validation, of course, each product has its own validation approach. Now we will try to centralize a little bit the validation, having a common validation process for the different products. But normally we are publishing validation reports which are associated to each product. So, and so that makes them, available, yeah.
So just one comment about the CDAC. I think we need a bit more of support. It's well explained on the platform how it works, but maybe some tutorials more visual could help also. Then I want to ask about one change that happened in a moment in the data I'm using, which is the gross dry matter productivity. They changed from physical value to digital value. And since the conversion ratio is not changing, I don't know why you make this choice of using digital values on the NetCDF.
No, Roslyn, no. So, okay, so we have to look at that because it's, okay, nasty question. Come on, we are friends here. Regarding the CDSC and some tutorial or something like that?
I can also connecting to the previous speaker. In fact, there are regular webinars happening on how to interface, how to connect to access data on the CDSC, but we can also trigger them specifically or more intensively. And I think hearing you today here, more of you, I think that makes good sense. And we are aware that I think the movement to the CDSC was a very right decision. Streamlining, harmonizing is needed. There's a lot still to do. At the end, we need a system that just works. So you, as a user, you don't need to, or you should not go there and don't know how to access a file, to find a file, to understand a file. It should just work. That's actually, without manual, actually, that should be actually the goal.
We can take a last question.
Hi, thank you. Not really a question, more like to support the subject that we are talking about. I don't think it's just about when and where is the data, but having unified information and like the documentation of the APIs and all of that, it's really diverse, both in language and in terms of the way that it's described. It's not technically accurate in many cases. And what I've found, and just a little story, I tried a couple of weeks ago, I was trying to download some data through Python API, and I was not being able to do it. I asked a large language model, the AI, and it failed. It failed with a message that there is conflicted information in several sources. So if the AI can find it, I can't find it. So we need to have documented processing and documented APIs so we can follow one procedure, not try 4 different ways to do it, and maybe one of them is going to work. It takes a really long time, and when you are working with really, really large data sets, that's a real handicap for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Point taken.
Yeah, we can just agree, of course, but so that means that we have a margin of improvement for sure. Additional comments?
I'd like to add the point that the main reason that we are not using all the data at the moment is that they are not available close to the reference years. So we would highly appreciate to use HRL layers in our national data set on land cover, but they are always too late, in fact. So I'd ask the question if you are planning to improve the time between production and release, or if the releases will be closer to the reference year in future.
Yeah, of course, the latency depends on the product in question. Sometimes we're depending on other data which come either very late or which also are delayed, and if they're delayed, then our production gets delayed. So we do it as fast as we can, but we're also doing, from the EA side, a pan-European monitoring, and it's just complex. So we can't always deliver immediately. We are aware that there are some places where we can do better, and we're working on it. So we're doing the best we can, but especially delays and dependencies on a VHR image, which comes every 3 years, just are limiting factors. So we do our best. Yeah, we acknowledge that it is quite unfortunate, and we fully understand.
But your concern is more on the delivery than on the reference year.
The reference year would be fine because it is high.
Yeah, okay, so it's...
Which is also adapted to the CLC production cycle. So we have a 3-year production cycle on national level. Yeah. So we produce our national land cover data set all 3 years, and it is synchronized with the CLC production. But now also for CLC 24, it would have been too late to use the data. So, and
yeah.
If it's a question how we can bring the data into use, that's a very huge obstacle that avoids the usage.
Specifically on the CDS, on the CLC, not CDC, then I can say that we're working towards hopefully getting some kind of intermediate update after 3 years, and then a full scale after 6 if we can continue finding the funds. But we don't have the plan for that yet. It would be very good. Unfortunately, we need to let you go. But yes, yeah, but just one thing.
Yes.
If you want to stay, you're more than welcome to stay. Otherwise, I have put the maps of the other sessions here, so you can find your way. Just stay if you feel like it, because this is a discussion, not over yet.
Yeah, specifically on the CLC, on the Corinne land cover. Specifically on the Corinne land cover, there was a difference in this time, in the production of this time, with respect to the previous ones. So the CLC 2018 was mostly based on 2017 images. And this time it was decided to really go for 2024. And that was that explains why it is later. It's not that it's later, it's actually being produced very, very fast. But it's also true that in the past with the 2018, I think that was something that was done that way. I was not there, so I don't know. So it could serve the state of environment report. And because there were so many post-processing then afterwards. And this time, because the Corinne land cover was not meant to be produced in this contribution agreement, and we had to amend the contribution agreement, we decided to go for 2024. And I know that the date is a bit misleading because you say reference year 2018, and it was actually 2017. So, and we discussed the pros and cons of doing so. And it was decided that it was better to actually, also from our perspective, have the budget, but also have the mandate to produce it. So to secure that towards the Commission.
So thank you very much. We should have had way more time for this discussion, but we will keep that in mind for the future.
do you put the, what is it? The 10, you have...
No,
it's there?
They do.
That
Yes. But anyway, we have it.
Yes. They're coming back.
The coffee break.
So we still have 2 minutes, no?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. As this room is not really built for great in-depth discussions, please feel free to move closer so that it will be easier to just talk, because that's really what we would like to do. Before we get started, then I suggest that we introduce ourselves. So my name is Joanna Balasis-Levinsen, and I'm responsible for user uptake in the CLMS team at the EEA.
And I'm Michel Massard from the Joint Research Center, European Commission, and working also on CLMS. Okay, so it's the second session, but the same topic as the previous one, user uptake, user access, and user uptake. So, well, you were not there, but some were already there. In the first session, I will repeat the introduction saying, okay, that we have a lot of products in CLMS, more than 50 products produced by more than 20 different contractors, coordinated by EEA and by the GRC, different, let's say, different coverage, local, European, global, different time scale. Some products are daily product, 10 daily, monthly, yearly, 3 years. So quite a lot of variety of products, and we can understand that you may be lost sometimes. On top of that, we have now, we are moving to a new distribution platform for our product. We are moving to CDSE. So that can also, well, that can facilitate your life at mid long term, but currently we understand that can create some issues for you to get access to the product. And so the topic of this session is to see how you are accessing the product and how you are using the product, what is the uptake of the product that you have, and the issues you are facing, because we would like to solve that. In the future, we have a new MFF, of course, coming in after 2028. And so in this context, we have a lot of discussion between EEA and GRC on improving the situation. We have a close look at CDSE, a discussion with CDSE, which is managed by the European Space Agency. But we have a lot of discussion with them to improve the situation. So, of course, there are different communities and different needs, different requirements, but we are, of course, open to all the needs and the requirements. So the first step is to listen to you, and the idea was to have a testimony of one of the key users to see what are their approach to the data. So we have a key user. Fantastic.
I hope to be a key user in the future. Yeah. So can you hear me? Can you see me behind this? Yeah? Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Camilla Johnson. I'm from the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency. And I have been, before I was at the Environmental Protection Agency, I was a provider, service provider. So I have been on both sides. And today I'm a user. I should like to be a super user in the future. But actually in Sweden, we are not using CLMS that much, unfortunately. The examples I can give of the key applications that we actually in Sweden have today is actually Statistics Sweden, who are using both the CLC Plus and the backbone and the Corinne, and it's for ecosystem services that they have been using it. We also have our own version of the EGMS, but of course using the ground data based on the CLMS. We are also looking into using more of the dynamic layers with snow cover, for example, and it helped me a lot to be here, to meet Gabrielle, who is actually producing it, so I have a contact person that I can ask questions. So I think that is some of the coming into these opportunities for increasing use. It's actually to know more about the data. And I have said this before in different rooms and to different ears, that we need to have more up-to-date knowledge at the national basis regarding the quality assessment in Sweden. I'm talking for Sweden. And I really don't know and have an answer how to do it, because we are few people working with this. We have a limited budget. We think that the data has improved since we looked at them the last time, but we really don't know. And then it's hard, even if you have the NCPs and people are contacting you from other agencies, to be able to say something about the quality. To easy access national validated data is a key for actually using it more. And then, of course, if you talk to Statistics Sweden, who actually is using the data, it's the latency. Up-to-date data at the right time, and nowadays it comes a little bit too late much of the time. And of course, from the policy aspect, as I am as an agency, it is to connect the data clearly to the nature restoration regulation, as we work with daily, all the time, Article 8. Now we hear you are not going to use tree cover density, you are going to use A, B, and C instead, and you're going to combine it. Very hard for the countries to understand which data we are going to use and the quality of it. We also start to work now with the implementation of the soil monitoring law, also extremely important. Which data are we going to use? Can we use the imperviousness? Is it up to date and fit for purpose for the regulation? So regarding how to use it more, we need to have more guidance regarding how to use it, connected to the policies. And also, the national data will still be very interesting, so we need also to know how to integrate the national data with the CLMS, because both are needed. We need the updated CLMS to combine it, and then we need the EAGLE. I know we have representatives here, how we combine it in a user-friendly way. And EAGLE is fantastic, but it's not user-friendly today, so there we need to work more on that. And I think also that we need to involve the national experts more. And I think one way to do it, I'm not here to say the solution, but we need already in the procurement of the data, this big consortium working all over Europe, they need to have national experts to talk with within each single production chain. I think that is very important. And we talk about the in situ data. The in situ data is really important, but maybe it's not always that the countries are going to send the in situ data to the consortium. Maybe it's actually that the consortium are going to have the national expert to do the validation. Because if we are sending it away, maybe we can't use it for validation because we already used it for training. So I think also to have the network with the national expert and the national service provider who may be smaller but can do part of it. And in the end, I think also that the transparency regarding how the data is produced, the algorithm, the toolboxes, so that we actually can use all these fantastic expert has done, but maybe introduce it and use it on our own level 2A, who is performed with the national height model, for example. So toolboxes and more integration with the national experts. My time is out, I guess. I've talked a lot. Yeah, but also it is really hard to understand because it is so many products. So maybe to be clearer about what is mature products and what is ongoing and coming up, because if I'm, for example, in Sweden, I want to use something about forest here, and you have 20 products to choose between, which one is a mature product, which is validated, which is maybe coming, etc. Thank you. Any questions on that one? In the end, I just want to say that CLMS is very important, but we need to integrate it more with on a national basis so that we know how to use it. And we need both from our side to have a better communication, and we have started that, but we also need help from you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions for me, or shall I leave the floor?
Okay, now we're live. Sorry, good morning. Thank you very much, Camilla. That was very valuable and many good ideas. So I would like, as soon as the microphone has been switched on. No, can we please switch on the microphones? That would be great. Then we would very much like to open the floor for any questions, comments, reflections, because we have these 50 plus products, but if you can't find them, you can't figure out how to ingest them, use them, then they are not of much value. We have a Spanish question.
Yeah. No more issue. Huh? We have seen a lot of issues there, so just good things now.
Yes, good morning. I'm Roger Milego from the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and I would like to provide the perspective from being very close to the service on the one hand, because we are part of one topic center that is supporting the service in some aspects, validation, user uptake, etc. But on the other hand, we support the EA to produce indicators, to produce reports, etc. So we are users of CLMS data. And we see some things that could be improved. So I will try to give my experience here to help the service. And one important thing, I guess, is for producing indicators, it's very important to keep the comparability over time. And this sometimes it's very hard to achieve, first of all, because of technological development. So when there are changes in spatial resolution or even in the quality of the sensors, then you cannot compare 95 or 2000 data with 2025 data. This is one hand, on the one hand, and sometimes it's not reflected very much in the documentation, and on the other hand, there are also like changes sometimes in the area of interest in some data sets. That this poses a comparison over time, a big challenge, and I guess I encourage to try to face these issues, or to try to find a solution, because it's really important. Also to support the EA itself in their reporting, etc. So, and regarding data access, indeed it's very important to think of different type of users, because we have, of course, there are users that can use APIs, that can use Jupyter notebooks to access the data, but others just want to look at the data and download a very specific piece of the data. And there should be different kind of capacity building for the different type of users, and I guess we can also support on that, but it's very important to think that not all users should go the same way or through the same door to the data. So thank you.
Thank you. Even more good reflections.
So I see that we had an internal discussion of the future of Copernicus and CLMS, and we were thinking of improving the product, going to the last miles applications and trying to be more close to the policies. Is it something that you think that we should do, or we should leave that to the national institution to develop this kind of product?
No, I guess it's really very, very important, because I mean, the user uptake, so the closer that the data is to the policy needs, the higher will be the user uptake in the end, I guess, and the value of the data set. So it's very important, but also it's important to try to align these policy needs or user needs with the specifications of the data. And when I say comparability over time, so it's the other way, yeah. So it's a two-direction, I guess, interlinkage.
Yeah, we should not influence the regulation. The regulation is they're using. The data should not drive the regulation. But so that yes, yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to add that, yeah, we have regulation and we have products, and sometimes they don't always go hand in hand, but then we try and make it happen afterwards. But we tender our products every 4 years, so sometimes changes have to wait a bit before they can come in. But of course, we do our best to implement what is needed. We want to be as relevant as possible.
Hi, Jeff Smith from Spectre Natura, also an eagle, which was name-checked in Camilla's presentation. Thanks. Yeah, I think when we look across all the products that are available, I think building on what some of the things Peter Strobel said in the earlier session and Camilla said there, that I think we do have a lot of the tools in terms of metadata and semantics, things like the Eagle data model to describe these classes. Or describe these products. And I think we should be just then helping the users maybe to make sure they get the right product. So, you know, someone may pick a product based on its name, but then if you look at the class definitions inside that product, that may not be relevant to their question, because they're often looking for answers to questions rather than specific data sets. And I think we could probably go a long way to supporting users when they come with a question, and we can convert that question into the most appropriate data set that they use. A sort of project I'm working on at the UK at the moment is about combining different data sets into like what you might call a data bundle. You know, so someone comes with a question about, I don't know, grasslands in mountains, that maybe we could suggest what the bundle of data sets would be that they could use, and maybe deliver that as a kind of almost sort of verified or sense-checked bundle of information that they can use to answer their question, rather than allowing them to pick from the whole kind of catalogue that's available. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, and hopefully Mateo's Observia AI can also be helpful in that. Maybe you can just add a few words on what it is.
Now, specifically on the use or the practical application of the Eagle model, in principle, this knowledge is ingested. We have a chatbot which we are publishing on ask.copernicus.eu. The Eagle model is ingested in the system. It should allow to reply, but it's not yet verified to be really a service that we can say, yes, use it, it's reliable. So we are still in a kind of intermediate state of this project.
So do you think also that we should multiply the use cases and the presentation of use cases, meaning to show to the people how the data have been used, the product have been used in different applications, and so there will be more trust, and they will be more comfortable of using also the same approach?
Kind of see the use cases in a kind of almost like a kind of taxonomy, where you start from, I want to ask this type of question in this type of region with this type of outcome, and then that guides you through to the best use case, and maybe then provide a recipe that could be applied somewhere else.
Michelle is getting some exercise.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Well, Jaime Ortega from Copernicus Land Chile. I have more than an answer question. The main idea is now the ecosystem of Copernicus is increasing. Far away from Europe, there are initiatives in Philippines, there are initiatives in Africa, there are the Copernicus Land in Latin America. The main question is how we can work together in order to know the other needs, how we are working in Latin America, people in Africa, they know what the people need there. The main question is how we can share this experience in order to improve the services, how we can share the algorithms. The people are talking about foundational models in AI, they are talking about transformers, etc., etc. But the main idea is how we can share this experience together in order to improve the services and improve the needs of the people in order to work together.
So you are preparing the global network session of this afternoon and tomorrow. That's fine. Thanks, Jaime.
So I think, yes.
My name is Oliver Bach. I'm leading a service team looking at validation of products. And I heard the validation and trust so often, so I would like to raise my hand and actually make the people aware that EA is putting quite a lot of effort into validation of CLMS products. But I think for your communication team, maybe it's a hint that you should be more raising awareness about it, because all the questions about validation, but there are validation reports for all the products. So that's something that it's probably coming up more often, that the framework is more developing. Another comment is maybe in terms of trust, because you know the qualities of the products, and you know some of the products are very technology driven, they are progressing, they're new, and at the same time you know you have products that have been repeated a long time, like tree cover density, very mature, very stable product. maybe you should be more open about publishing the qualities, but also the limitations of new products. At the moment, I think it's all products are published the same way. They go in the CDSE, they have expected qualities. Some months or years later, you get a validation report. But if you pick up a new product, which has been first timer, it's certainly more immature or more unstable than a product which has been. And if someone picks up such a new product, he might lose trust in all the rest of the products. So that's something maybe you can work on as well. Just a comment.
Yeah, normally we should have different levels in the product. We should have products which are for demonstration, so they are announced demonstrations. Some are pre-operational and some are operational. Demonstration, you don't have any validation. Pre-operational, you have a validation on a specific area. And when they are operational, this is a full validation. So that's a little bit the approach we have, which is following a standardized approach.
Yeah, so I can add that we also have a discussion in-house, at least at the EA, about the publication of our validation reports about the wider distribution around them. So people know that this is something that exists.
Yeah, and the demonstration, we publish the demonstration, but they are written demonstrations. So we know, and the user should know the limitation that the product has not been validated. Or if it's pre-operational, it has been validated locally and not at a global level.
So thank you. My name is Gebhard Banker from the Environment Agency in Austria. And I wanted to confirm what Camilla said on the podium, and also Roger and then Oliver. To my point of view, we have now 15 to 20 years development and having 35 years of Corinne. And I think the strength of Corinne are the changes and the validated changes. And so when we started, we did not see the status quo correctly, so we improved products, also high resolution soil sealing. We had a row of developments. And now we see so many details that it's essential to go for more validating the changes. Because if you go into the main policy areas like LULUCF, nature restoration law and soil monitoring law, it's all about the changes. And when we come to changes, I think it's quite critical as it is handled now in the two policies like nature restoration and soil monitoring. To my mind, you should not write too many technical details in a directive as it was done for Article 8 in the nature restoration law. I think it's much more appropriate how it is handled in the soil monitoring law, that Copernicus is developing and you can take it on the national level, you have to evaluate it, and it's there and it should be used, but not like a cooking recipe, because what we cook now is already outdated on the next day, as we see the developments are so fast going. So my point is really maybe we need good metrics on the change databases and focus on consistent changes over time, and to handle the integration of Copernicus into the major directives, really very sensitive.
Yeah. Regarding the directive, if I may, so, 5 years ago we were not consulted for the regulations and the directive. They were publishing the directive. After that, they were looking at what Earth observation can provide. Now it has a little bit changed in the Commission, so we are consulted at the beginning when they start to write the directive, and they say, okay, let's see what Earth observation can provide, and if we can fine-tune a little bit the directive with, and using Earth observation. So there is a mindset and a change, and so that's very important now, and I think we will be more involved in the directive and the regulation process in the future, so that can influence and position better Earth observation, I think.
Okay, thank you. Quickly, I have a question regarding the legends used in for example, you publish layers like forest density, like cover. And then there is WMS services which have a legend. And the legend shows, for example, that you have a transparent cover, like transparent when there is 0, and then you have every step from 1 to 100%, basically one step. The user then assumes that you can detect 1% of tree cover density on that pixel, for example. But then in practical, you start to see maybe the tree cover density starting from 20% and all below there is. So, my question is in a way, do the legends and reflect what actually the data can be showing and the accuracy in a way, or like detectability of a certain phenomenon, or like the density? Because also we try to integrate it in our web map, for example, and then we have this huge legend with like so many steps, 100 steps, which could be just a color scale, for example, but it's like every step. So we assume that every step can be detected, right? And a question is like, has this been a little bit looked into, or like, what's the thinking behind it in a way?
Thank you. And again, introduction, Matteo Mattiuzzi, working for the EA in the CLMS team there, and I'm responsible for the migration to the CDSC. I assume you're talking about the legends that are, that you're fetching from the CDSC. Okay. Because I know that we are facing a technical issue with how we can represent our legends on the CDSC right now. So this stepwise, every percent gets its own class in a legend is something that we have kind of found as the best possible or least worst alternative to what we really want to have. So obviously we would prefer to have a color ramp that just goes smoothly from color to color and not kind of doing as if we would be so precise, let's say. Yeah. On the other thing, so if we can basically in fact detect, or if the reality is detecting from 20% onwards, I cannot really reply on this because we are in the publication process, we are taking the data from the producers or from the product owners, so we are not necessarily questioning this on our side. I'm kind of looking to you, Luca, but yeah, maybe you can.
Because as far as I understand that your question goes beyond where the layer has been downloaded from. Also, the legends have not changed substantially in the last years. So, and what I understand, it's actually a very good comment because indeed the legend should really show what can really be taken from that information. And what you're questioning, if I understand correctly, is that that's not always the case. And that's a very good point. Maybe, I think we should maybe look into it because that's, I also wonder for a different type of audience that would not so much understand our products, so a layman, would it be more easy to understand the layer if you would have it like that, like deprecated somehow, or not? So, but that's a very interesting point. Yeah, something to look into, I would say.
Does it make more sense to have maybe a 2% step, a 5% step also in that sense? Yeah, like what is the detectability?
Yeah, I'm Stefan Arnold from the Eagle Group, and thanks Camilla for your for your input. About barriers for users to find the right products. In the beginning, there was just a few products, like we started with Korean land cover, and it was very much tailored to purpose, like write a state of the environment report, so it was clear who needs some information about landscape for what purpose. And the product still is generated with a lot of interpretation work done based on Earth observation data. But since some years, we have a lot of other products that are not so much the result of an interpretation of Earth observation data, but just more the published measurements, like vegetation indicators or the tree cover density. So maybe it would be a good idea to introduce some labels that you give to your products, like when you go to food labels, vegetarian food or vegan food, so that people are overwhelmed by too much information on the dish that they're eating, but just knowing, okay, there's no meat inside, or here there's no animal product inside. So back to the data example, have some labels that indicate something like Korean land cover is an already interpreted, tailored to purpose product, but some high resolution layer are a step backwards and just storing information of measurements taken from pixel data, so something like that.
And, sorry, and wouldn't that be something that could be done through the AI, like Observia, or some sort of application where you would actually ask, not make a question like, if I want to measure this, or if I want to have information on this, what product could I use, or which combination could I use, and what would be the limitations? Because I understand that ultimately this is about giving, being able to answer that question, right? Not so much if you go to our portal right now, you go like all the vegetation products, and then you might be, some people might be overwhelmed or might not understand actually what each of them can offer. But an activity like the AI-based chatbot or something like that could indeed solve that problem, because it would talk to the user in an easier manner.
Yeah, actually this was one of the central purposes. We had a survey end of 2023 where we tried to analyze why do users eventually not use our product. So what are the struggles that users have from starting from having a need and knowing how to address or to address this need. And we have learned that the issues were quite, let's say, basic. So I had no idea that there was a product that can help me. Then you may know that there is a product, but I have no idea where can I find it. Then the next layer is, okay, I know where to find it, but then I have to go through the APIs and understanding how to access it. And then our products are sometimes very complex. So you need to understand, to really be able to use it properly, you need to understand what is the product telling you. So these are all very complex situations, and exactly this chatbot fetches from the very complex information, but through the LLM technology, it allows you, in principle, to connect a requirement to a product, and at the level of detail that you are asking the question, or you are asking your need. So you can start from, I need to monitor forest cover or drought or whatever. The chatbot can tell you what products you could use, and then you can also dig deeper. For instance, oh, there's a tree cover density product. Tell me more about that product. What does it tell? How can I access it? And this technology is meant really to simplify this process that we have realized is at the moment still way too complex. Sorry?
Just a short reaction to this one. This is a very good idea and very, very helpful approach, but still it's like an ad hoc action. So somebody has to sit down and find the right questions, and if he just wants to have an overview, can you please categorize me the products of CLMS into interpreted data sets or indicator data sets or raster data sets? So I have a bit more like a pre-labeling on a bigger screen so that people can say, okay, I'm going to go with these 2-3 data sets and then talk to the chatbot.
Yeah, so I just need to add that we have to end soon because everyone is thirsty for coffee, but we have one comment here as well.
Yeah, Ilaria Palumbo from Joint Research Center. Just adding on this thread of thoughts, I think it's very good to have a chat box that can answer questions, but I think it's very crucial also that we provide each product with a general description which may be understood by non-experts, so more descriptive short text, and then some more technical specifications of how data were processed, but also especially how the product was produced. So a sort of metadata which is technical, but also able to convey the message of what is appropriate, for what use is appropriate to use these data, and what is the meaning of the legend, for example. So how that was designed needs to reflect how data were processed and the right product was produced. I think something like that should be accompanying the data sets.
So just, there were questions here.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel Poloba from Charles University. Yeah, I want to go back to the use cases actually for a while, because there was a question if we need more use cases. I think the use cases are great, but maybe we don't need more use cases, but it would be great to have some real examples or tutorials or some Jupyter notebooks or some interactive applications accompanied with these use cases to make them reproducible for the other users and actually increase the maybe real impact or increase the chance that it will be used or the CLMS products will be used in a similar way in a different country. So that's for the use cases. And regarding trustability of the data sets, sometimes the documentations and the validation protocols are very overwhelming and very long. So maybe I would say that maybe like a conservative academic view on that, to have something like a scientific publication would be great to be accompanied these documentations, for example, and also some kind of easy to digest or easily digestible description of the data sets for non-experts as well. And regarding the data access, moving to CDSE is a great step, because we really need a unified access or unified framework, ideally a cloud-based platform like CDSE, to do or to not only access data but also process the data there. So all the clipping or all the selection of the data sets, the years, make it like in an anti-European level or some global level. So it's a great step. But when we need to combine it with other Copernicus services, this is another challenge. So now we are accessing the data from different platforms, only from CLMS. But if we want to combine it with CAMS or C3S data, it's another level of challenge how to combine these data sets. So it would be great if, for example, the CDSE could implement also other services. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's all from me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last. If you want. If you don't want, it's...
I'll try to be brief, but because, yeah, I just want to voice the global users in this, and it's probably a different type of, profile of users. So I just try to reconnect to some of the comments that were made, and I think that the use cases, as I agree, it would be more useful if it could include different type of products, including a tutorial type of, so you present the use case, what has been achieved, but also how this was done. I think that would be useful, and maybe among the use cases, I mean, we'd be happy to, and we already started discussing how the global evapotranspiration product could be used, and that could be, but what I really liked is also what you said, that you can demonstrate that in EU there was already this shift in making regulations in line with what EU can bring, and I think we would be very happy in FAO to promote this type of approach to other countries outside EU, so that we can really push this one step forward. Yeah, well, then there were other comments also on the AI, but maybe we can, I'll reach out separately. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all the engagement, and we are here, some of us until tomorrow afternoon, so please just catch us at any moment, and otherwise shoot us an email. But just a last comment from my side on the use cases and tutorials. We're really increasing our efforts on tutorials and Jupyter Notebooks so that we can exactly help bridging this gap on, okay, this application is nice, but how do I get there myself? So we're working on it. It's just a process. Thank you so much. Let's continue the discussion out there.
Okay, thank you.
So please take a seat. We will start to end. We're starting to end. So we're coming at the last session of this CLMS General Assembly. The CLMS part, then, of course, there are NCP and GNU meetings later on this day. And for this final session, we would like to offer some reflections from us to you, to the CLMS community. And on this slide, you see, so the slide behind me, you see the names of Ushwe and Andreas, but the whole session will be together with Ivan and Karl as well. So we will start, the three of us, to discuss about what we learned this General Assembly, what are the next steps for CLMS, and then Karl and Ivan will conclude. So I would like to invite maybe all on stage Ivan Kulis, the head of the Nature Conservation and Observation Unit at JRC, Carl Hamilton, the head of the Digital Department at EEA, Ushwe Donesar, CLMS Project Lead from EEA, Andreas Brink, CLMS Project Lead from JRC, and myself. We have plenty of microphones. So if we talk about Copernicus 3.0, we've had a lot of inspiration from this meeting now. So if I look at what comes next, can I ask you to give a short overview? And probably you will have extra additions coming from this 1.5 day discussions. Ushwe.
So what we wanted to show here is, of course, we have said a lot about the preparations that we are doing for Copernicus 3.0. But of course, that doesn't mean that we have stopped our operations. So while we prepare for the 3.0, we wanted also to give you some highlights of what we are going to be still working on until 2028, so the implementation of the current MFF. So for EEA, it was presented yesterday. It was a very nice movie, by the way. For me, it was very moving on the celebrations for the Corinne Land cover. We will publish the Corinne Land cover 24, of course. I just put some examples of the updates that we are going to be publishing, because we are going to be publishing in all our portfolio. We currently, actually in Copernicus, in this phase, in 2.0, what we've seen, at least from the EEA, is we've moved to having every now and then a contract to produce something, to being all the time in continuous production. So we have everything producing at the same time in parallel. I put some examples, the 2024 update of the priority area monitoring products, and within that is not only the 2024, but also the 21 and looking backwards of the coastal zones and riparian zones. That is going to be a huge project because we are going to be looking at the nomenclature, we are going to be looking at how to update it. And for the first time, and since we are in Valencia, we are also going to map the southern coast of the Mediterranean. So to give the whole, to give also more consistency, to the product. We will also publish the revamped EU Hydro, which is a product that it's really been looked after. I also at EEA, our colleagues are like, yes, but when is this going to be happening? And we are really excited that we are working on something like that. And then we will still need to think how to update it further. And this is also what I wanted to put there. On the evaluations of options for the product, for the portfolio. What I mean is we need to think now, we were talking yesterday about this internal call for the CLMS evolution, how are we going to evolve for the, so when we think about being ready for 2028, we also need to see what do we need to change as well, from the technical perspective. And on top of that, yes, we need to work together for the next technical analyst for the Copernicus 3.0, please.
Yeah, thanks, Usu. And indeed, we have heard a lot about, Copernicus and CLMS in a changing environment. We have just discussed about the new user needs and requirements. That's a whole process, no? That is continuously going on, but it's very important. We are operational. We are, keeping our products on track. And this is very important. This is, of course, key that the delivery is ongoing. From the global dimension, just a few examples here. What is still coming and happening in the last couple of years is that we are reprocessing, for example, the lake water quality product, Central 3 data, but then also back in time with a long time series of MERIS. Lake water quality is a very important product because it goes directly into UNEP for the SDG 661 monitoring, so it's really used for country reporting. So it's important that we are timely, that we are accurate, that we deliver what the requirements are. LCFM, so the Global Land Cover and Forest Monitoring. Yes, we have now the 2020 land cover and tree cover density map over the Pantropics. But of course, we are waiting now for the annual layers and especially the annual change layers here. So towards the end of the year, we will release the first year, so 21, 22, 23, and 24 as well, I believe. So we will have the annual layers and the change layers. And then until the end, we will process also 25 and 26.
So we always talk about acronyms on slides. LCC stands for Land Cover
Change.
LSC?
I'm coming to that.
Sorry.
That's the land surface categories. And indeed, that's what makes the product really dynamic, as we call it, a dynamic product, where we will deliver this monthly basic land surface categories over the globe, also at 10 meter. I think this is, gives a really good evolution of the environment. Then we have the evolution of S2GM, so the Sentinel-2 Global Mosaic into the S2 Mod or modified. So with new capabilities of compositing Sentinel-2 images on, on a request, on an ad hoc basis, providing also at Sentinel-2 basis biophysical variables over, areas you as a user select. Then hotspot monitoring, of course, that's our, let's say, more on request, on demand activity, both on biodiversity and on agriculture. So the Copernicus for GeoGlam, here we will continue until this MFF to interact with the users and on-demand process areas of interest for biodiversity, for key landscapes, for conservation, or specific areas for agriculture purposes.
Thanks a lot. And so those are the big milestones, if I can call it, that you will still see coming up in the next year or year and a half. We want to couple this back to users as well. So Andreas, I'll start with you maybe this time. So how do you see this in comparison or in connection with users? What's coming up?
Yeah, this is, of course, still key and remains key that we consolidate even more our user base, and that's why we are here today also. It's really great to see so many users here. In particular for the global component, we have to consolidate, structure even more our global network of users, the GNU. Bring them together, this network, with specific webinars or with specific user groups as a follow-up also of our country consultations. So come together with the European development agencies, for instance, or with the NGOs. So address specific topics there. But then for some components also provide trainings, capacity building. I would see LCFM, the global land cover, to show how to work with this data, how to use it. Specifically also for the hotspots, we always provide capacity building with the countries we work with. This is very important that there's a connection because it's really field-oriented data. And then several items, outreach, I think this is very much in common. Of course, there's always some global components, some more pan-European examples, but here it's important to work on use cases, which always show great examples, on videos, on articles. Again, strengthen the work together with the journalists. And finally, I think we are doing very well with the geo community. Copernicus and CLMS is very much present there. But I think still we can do more, especially also with the conventions, which links us to the countries, to promote even more Copernicus and especially CLMS for the conventions. Thank you.
And as for the EEA, but apart from what he mentioned, that indeed the training and the efforts that we are putting on training and capacity building and also on the outreach, those are common for both entities. And we are, I think that we are at this time, we really are getting very, very ambitious on that. From EEA side, I would like to highlight the implementation of the second phase of the National Collaboration Program with 20 countries, as it was mentioned by Carl yesterday. It is, we are very grateful to countries that have joined, because we know that we didn't have the means to make it bigger, but I think that we will have a very, very good opportunity in the workshop in September to actually shape what the NCP should be in the future. And in that sense, we are also thinking, the panel discussion that we saw this morning, having more and more activities which are horizontal to all the services, and have put also the user in the center when we communicate and when we deliver our products. So I was thinking it might seem something trivial, but it's not. We are now rethinking how we name our products. And I know that some products have a very recognizable brand, but we want to change it because those names are based on the product characteristics and not on the user perspective. And we want to, so it goes until that point. We are also going to be working on the development of the thematic hubs. We have already started the water hub, very, very high interest also from DGM on that. And actually, it's a bit overwhelming because the expectations are very high, so let's see what we manage to do. But indeed, what we also want to see is how we could develop the thematic hubs further in the next MFF.
And that's also something that comes back to GRC, because there are activities in both entities.
And then support the development of use cases. We are really going into the AI on how to also use the AI for user support. This was also mentioned in the session that I was in on the users just before the coffee break. And we are also hoping to have as well alignment with the Copernicus services on this. And then last but not least, we are all the time saying the same. We are preparing for Copernicus 0.0, and we are going to update our communication and user uptake strategy. So we had one for 23 to 28. We now need to evaluate if it was a good one, what we need to change, and also make it more ambitious as well. So if we want to really have the users on board, we also need to, this also comes with a cost in a way.
Thanks a lot. So as you see, there is still sufficient work for the next 1.5 years of this MFF, and you've heard already a lot of times that on top of all this, there is Copernicus 3, there is the next MFF coming up, and I can tell you that all the colleagues of both GRC and EA are already very much working on that and thinking about that, and all the moments that your input is asked in this event and at other moments is not just for fun. It's really with the intention to take this on board for the next phase. I would like to maybe give you a brief overview of where we are now, because I know it's a very long process, and it's not always clear to everybody how it's working, even not to me, by the way. So I'll try to do my best. As you know, in the European Union and the Commission, we work with 7-year cycles of budget, which is called the multi-annual financial framework. Currently, we are in the cycle that ends in 2027. The Copernicus program is funded through that multi-annual financial framework. So that means that the Copernicus program or component is also following this 7-year cycle. Now, last year, the Commission made the first step for the next MFF cycle, so the cycle of MFF 2028 to 34. There was a first proposal made, which is a first breakdown of the budget. It included an increase of the total EU budget, and it totaled to up to 2 trillion euros, more or less. And if I want to show you where Copernicus is, so in this circle you see there is a European Competitiveness Fund, the yellow one. And if we break that one down, then we see that this Competitiveness Fund is broken down in one sub-part that's defense and space. For that one, 130 billion was foreseen. But keep in mind, this is defense and space. So space is a part of that. Copernicus is then a part of space. The land service is then a part of Copernicus. So we have a very rough first estimation of how much the budget of next MFF land service would be. But there are so many moving factors at this moment that we have no idea where we will land. We are aiming at an increase of the CLMS budget because the whole Copernicus budget is increasing, because you know there are new missions and so on and so on. So normally the CLMS budget will go in the same direction, but then the details, I hope by next General Assembly next year we will be able to tell you more, and we will be able to tell you a breakdown of how it will look like, but that's to be seen. Because where are we now? So 25, that's when this proposal was published by the Commission. It was sent to the Council and the Parliament. The Council published its negotiation box last week. That was the first version. Apparently more versions will come. Also the Parliament had its first reading already, will come with an opinion later on. Anyway, this is this whole normal evolution of discussions. Next year will be an exciting year with a lot of negotiations between those two entities, and the goal is to have at the end of 27 an agreement with all of them. And then we know as Commission what will be the budget for the next MFF. And we hope that they agree by the end of 27 so that we can start working early 28. That's a bit the whole frame we're working in now. Where is Copernicus and CLMS in all this? From what we now know for the moment, the Copernicus services will stay as they are. You may have known about, heard about the Earth Observation Governmental Service, which is a new thing that's being set up now, which is more oriented towards security, and member states' usage, governmental usage, so not public use. The idea is still, and I think it's going to stay in that direction, that this will be outside Copernicus. So if you look at these two green boxes here, the governmental services will be placed next to Copernicus. Question mark, will the security service stay as it is now? Maybe it will partially go to the governmental service, to be seen. Also on that, the negotiations are very much happening for the time being. This will all be defined in the MFF and in the ECF regulation. ECF stands for European Competitiveness Fund. That's the yellow bar we saw on the previous slide. And that will be really our basic regulation where the whole framework of Copernicus is defined. So unfortunately, we will no longer have a space, EU space regulation like we now had with nice details. But it will be on a higher level. I think Copernicus will only be one article even. I haven't seen the details, but that's what I've been told. And then the next legal layer will immediately be this Copernicus work program. You've seen them maybe where it defines year per year what will be happening in Copernicus. So that work program, and then the next lower levels, the contribution agreements with each of the entities, and the technical annexes of those agreements, those will be the very important legal documents for us. And that's the last thing I wanted to say, because it's these technical annexes that all the colleagues are now started to draft, and that will really include what will be done in the next budget cycle and in the Copernicus 3.0 or CLMS 3.0. Hopefully by next year the technical annex will be as good as finished, and then we will be able to give you more details about that. But it will still take until the end of next year to know whether all elements from this technical annex will be feasible or not, because that's when the budget is finally agreed. Voilà, that's a big the overall scope. Now, if we talk about or look about the land monitoring service, we also have a roadmap there.
Yes, and it follows very well with what you just said. So we are now in 2026 preparing for what we call this technical annex, which is basically describing the tasks or what we are going to be implementing in the next MFF. And that we need to prepare it together, the GRC and the European Environment Agency, and we hope to be able to start implementing in mid-28. But that, of course, as Tim explained, there are variables that are not under our control. What we do now for the time being is what we are going to be working on in the next MFF, in like the 3 main priorities, and these were already communicated actually in the last General Assembly, and these have not changed. We have 3 main priorities. First is to increase the policy relevance of the CLMS, and I would say the relevance in general. So we need to make sure that we are still relevant in a very changing world now. Actually, since we published, since we drafted this non-paper, these 3 priorities, if we see the revolution that AI has entailed, it has been major, and that's why we are so much insisting on being relevant and still being relevant. We will be working on integration of new technologies and data. That's something that we need to, because we need actually to be up to date in that sense, and also work more on data access and distribution of the products. So ultimately what we want is to allow a better integration and support of user needs and a stronger appropriation of future CLMS products in Copernicus. And I included this, the other services as well in this slide, because I think it's also interesting that we would be, as we said we saw in the panel discussion, we want to aim for more collaboration between the services. I don't think so much, or for some users, yes, but I think that there are a lot of users that don't really care or don't really mind so much which service is providing what, and the topics are getting more cross-cutting. And that means that we should aim in the next MFF to be more coordinated as well, at all levels. And now I'll give you the floor to go into details.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. Indeed, as we heard throughout these 2 days, this integration is really key for all of us. And I believe all these points, in a way or another, are very similar or pertinent for all the services. So looking a little bit more in detail on what Uswe just presented, policy relevance, so what does it mean? We have to get more into end products, into the famous last mile applications. We have heard also in these days that we have to go more into this scenario developments, predictions. So what is happening if I do this or if I don't do that in the future? But we also have to integrate, as we said, with longer time series. This is very important as well. Last mile applications, as I made, specifically for specific sectors or policies, as we call them. And this, of course, very much together with the Knowledge Center on Earth Observation, who is, let's say, the link with the various DGs there. We have presented this, so it's very key that we talk with the different DGs and that this is then linked with what we do in CLMS. The Horizon projects, very important. We mentioned Proteus, which is now coming alive. This AI developments, very key. We have to remain state of the art. We have to remain agile in adopting these technologies, certainly a challenge. And of course, continue working with ESA is really key in kind of trying to bring into operation some of the projects there. New technologies, of course, it's always, as I said, key to remain state of the art. So adapt methodologies, evolve algorithms, but in particular also integrate the new expansion missions, CHIME, LSTM, ROSE-L, 4 various products as you can see them here. I don't have to spell them out. As I mentioned, it's good to see that partners like ESA and others are already doing research on this, in modeling this new products so that we can be ready then to integrate this in our products. Then not only, as we have heard, Earth observation is not only our satellites, but a better integration of also ancillary data, certainly also of in situ data, drones, LiDAR. I think there's a lot happening at the moment, and still some way to go to integrate this new type of information into our services. And last but not least, of course, and this comes back then in the circle to our users. No, it's really key, and we have heard also in the user sessions the connection there to make the availability, the access to our products, data clear, simple, easy, that the user knows what he or she gets. The move towards CDSC, I think, is a big step there, at least for the land service. But again, it's not enough just to have the data there. We have to facilitate the users in using them. So to provide tools, Jupyter notebooks, but in the future, even much more AI-based geospatial applications. So a lot will happen there. We mentioned the thematic hubs. The water hub, certainly a big one. For the global component, we have also the International Partnership Hub, where we will work with the delegations, for example, to provide access to Copernicus. The European delegations are often, let's say, facilitators, promoters of what Copernicus can provide to the projects, to the colleagues then, to the partners in the field. This is very important. And then, of course, the connection to the user is key, is central, as you said. So to continue with our help desk in various forms, of course, in new forms, chat box, but I think it's key to remain connected to the users. So the capacity building, the trainings. We know this very well, I believe also from the European side, but even more from the global. We have to stay connected, not only through video, but we really have to meet. This is key, and this remains key for, I think, an efficient service. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And I have still one question for Ushuaï. How these things are going to evolve?
Yes, and this is a little bit how the different steps that we are now working on. We had, in March, we started, well, a little bit earlier than March, we started the contacts with the countries and also with the Knowledge Center for Earth Observation and the DGs to start gathering the user requirements and the user feedback. And then we've had the country visits that we mentioned yesterday. We have not finished yet, and we will continue. And we also want to facilitate for some of the countries, maybe by providing a survey that they can fill up when they can. But indeed, we are working at the CLMS teams, both the GRC and EEA, on creating the development of the technical annex in cooperation with the GRC. We want to have a final draft in October to be shared with our entities, so their entities also have a saying on just are informed about it, and then in December have a final version of the strategy of this vision for CLMS. And then, and it's not included here, and it's actually, I am going to say it also so I know that it will happen, but it is a good example of things that happen when we are all together in the room. I realized yesterday that one step that we did not include here, but it should be included after we have the technical annex, which is like the umbrella of what we are going to implement. We would also like to have contacts with the industry and to have a feasibility analysis or a check on how to technically then implement that for real from 2028 onwards. So we are very grateful that the industry is also in this event, by the way, and we also want to hear your voice in this.
Thanks a lot. And what I wanted to take from that as well, and it's important to know, there will be one technical annex for the land service. So no longer two, there will be one. There will be clearly described who does what, because we will still have two entities, JRC and EEA, but at least you will see it in one overview. And for DG DEFIS, that was an important evolution of how we deal with things in an administrative way, in an organizational way, or governance way. And with that, I would like to turn now to Karl and Ivan, because you've been sitting so silently until now, but you have the important task to have the final saying, to have the final word. And maybe the first question is on this governance, because we've talked a lot about that, you have talked a lot about that. Can you enlighten the audience in a few words about where are we going, or what has been agreed?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to do so. I think, this is the third General Assembly, right? And it's been actually more or less 3 years that we have started very intensely to work on integrating the service, not only conceptually but also operationally. And a lot of steps have been done. And if you think of the context, in a certain way, we are doing this because of the things that were also said this morning, right? We were talking about integration across the services, integration with the data, working more closer across thematics, and this is indeed what we have been doing for many, many years, but what we are now starting to do even in a stronger way. And if you think, we were being, to a certain extent, also we had a context which was evolving. If you think, for example, technology, if you think resolution, the products that were quite separate before actually start to converge more and more. If you think about policy demands, well, the policy demands are not necessarily very split geographically today. They're not only European policies or global policies. The policies today go across the borders, go across the boundaries. And actually also the challenges that we deal with are integrated, yeah? So indeed, we, especially in the preparation for the next MFF, are trying to see how we can bring different competencies together and different skills that we have and different products, and to work in a more integrated way, and also to have more integrated operations. And Karl will tell you a bit more about that.
Yeah, thanks, Ivan. And this is a bit like lifting the bonnet of the car and looking at the engine, because to you as users and providers, you don't need to, we shouldn't have to worry about what's under the hood, let's say how we deliver. What you need is one unified service and all of the elements that the colleagues have been discussing and that Ivan's mentioned. But indeed, we work very closely together at JRC-EEA. We bring different but complementary skills and competencies. But this portfolio evolution in terms of the technology, as you've mentioned, Ivan, we work closely at the expert level as well across thematic groups to really see how we evolve the portfolios of products, the thematic portfolios. So it's not looking at product by product, but really trying to see how will these integrate. And as I said yesterday at the opening, some of the services we will deliver in the coming years, we probably can't even think of today. So having the right people around the table to look holistically across is going to be really, really important. So that element is what we're working towards, and also harmonized communication, user uptake. These events are one example of that as well. And yeah, I think that's the governance, and we can close the hood again, but that's a little bit of the internal of how we're working together to prepare for the future. And because we sat quite silently, and yes, we now have the challenge of compressing this day and a half into a very short overview of what happened over the last few days. And thanks to the team for putting together some of these stats. You'll see this is our third General Assembly with over 240 registrations. And of course, it's brilliant to see so many of you here, especially because of the rescheduling from the Cyprus event. But we also have a lot of colleagues online and people interested online, and the videos will be published. We had 30 poster sessions, but I think we had over 60 submissions, so the interest level is really high. And of course, lots of conversations, which is really the beauty of what this event is about. I'm going to cover a little bit of what we discussed yesterday, and then Ivan's going to take day two. Thanks to the colleagues for very quickly assembling this lovely collage of photos to show a snapshot of what we did. We were welcomed by Elisa Rivera Mendoza, representing the Spanish government and welcoming us to Valencia. And I think what was really important there was Elisa highlighted the relevance of Copernicus at the national level. She also touched on in situ, and also how this helps with both national priorities and European goals. I think the significance of Valencia as a location was also highlighted, not just because we're experiencing quite hot weather at the moment, which I think is even higher than usual, but because of what Valencia has experienced as an example of regional impacts in the last couple of years. We moved on then in the morning to a recap of what's been happening over the last year since the last General Assembly, and I think that was covered quite well by the colleagues and recapped here. And we also touched on preparations for Copernicus 3.0, and there's obviously a lot of promise and expectations of what that's going to be. And this event is also incredibly, incredibly important as part of feeding your input into how the service needs to evolve. So we don't take that lightly, this opportunity to exchange. We also had the story map presentation, and this was one of the newer communication tools we're using. This is very largely an expert community, and sometimes you mentioned, Tim, the acronyms. It's like Acronym Central. And that's fine if you know the products, but if you don't, you need stories. You need to understand what this means and the impacts. And I always say that it's not like if data was all we needed, we would be doing exactly what we needed. But hearts and minds need storytelling, and these story maps are incredibly important. And we had the example of the services connecting on the water products and showing climate impacts across the whole cycle from marine, land, atmosphere, climate change. And we want to do more of this in the future. I just want to call out all of those who put the poster sessions together. It was really fantastic. Your work from research institutes, national use cases, consortia, these are really important because they're not only developing methodologies and improving the service, but you're showing how it's being applied to real-world impact. And there are too many examples to mention, but a few to call out. We had wetlands, peatlands, the urban environment, drought modeling, crowdsourced data, which was mentioned for the future, carbon monitoring, next generation of vegetation products, and the use of AI for analysis. So thanks to everyone who put those together, and I think they're still there if people want to talk about them over lunch. We moved on then to the user sessions, and we had examples from Europe, Nectarius, and colleagues also presenting on the African use cases. And again, this was showing the real-world impacts of the products and how they can be applied and really make a difference to people's lives in Europe and also globally, and Africa being the example here. And then because we were in España, we talked about some of the Spanish examples, and here there was a big focus on wildfires. And what really struck me about this was the transborder element, the Portugal-Spain transborder element, and then we had the Castilla-La Mancha. But it was also really interesting to see how we're using this not only for early warning systems and actually to look at the characteristics that are likely to lead to events like wildfire, but then when it actually happens and the emergency starts, that we can actually use this to see where water is, even if it's scarce, where we can see where the natural fire breaks can occur, where to station crew to be able to tackle those fires. So I find that really inspirational because, again, it's real-world impact for humans, biodiversity, and the environment. After lunch, we had a keynote speech on the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. And one of the takeaways I picked up from that is often we're data rich but decision poor. And I think that came out a lot today also in the user sessions. How do we turn this into insights that give us decision-making tools more readily? And then we had a recorded session in the Barcelona Convention, which I didn't see because I was networking, but is online for those of you who didn't get to see it. And then we had the Copernicus, the Coring Land Cover 35 celebration, which I think was really, really nice because it was the origins of this whole world that we're in, creating the first pan-European picture of Europe's environment. And I really loved that video, this 100 seconds of Europe, because again, data, we know the classes, we see percentages, but turning it into a story like that, I think is like super impactful, and I think a lot of us will be sharing that afterwards. So congratulations to the colleagues there. And then, of course, we had the marketplace with the experts and the networking events. But you had the discussions, so I cannot recap those. But I'll pass to Ivan, who will take us today, too.
Thanks. Very good. And thanks again for the team, indeed, for putting together the pictures. Maybe one thing, you know, when I look at the pictures, I get reminded of one thing that Tim was mentioning. Tim presented the whole process of the negotiation for the next MFF, and things are still, there are a lot of moving parts, and we don't know exactly how things will be formulated in legal text, but from at least what I've seen and my understanding is that Copernicus will still be mentioned that Copernicus is a user-driven service, right? And this aspect of users is central now and will certainly remain central also as we move into the next MFF. So here we really are in a good place, and listening to users is really fantastic because as it was said, it gives us guidance on how to move forward. And then on today, we zoomed a little bit more on the climate aspect. And we looked at how different services and in situ component can tackle climate change challenges. A few things that stuck with me. First, the issue of coherence, the issue of compatibility, the interoperability, as it was mentioned in the technical terms. Why? Because if we want to have combined insights, we need to understand how to properly combine things. You know? And also, if we want to give access to more users and improve the data access, this is one of the fundamental things. Second, we also looked on how thematic hubs, and a few of them were mentioned today, and water is certainly a critical one as we will be moving forward. How they actually act as integrators and as tools which bring together different aspects of different Copernicus services. And there is one thing that kind of stuck with me. Someone said it, that basically, you know, we need conceptually to separate things to be able to manage them. But obviously, world is one unique system, and it needs to be looked in an integrated way. And obviously, we have services because among ourselves, we need to separate things conceptually. Then we went into the breakout sessions. I apologize in advance, I don't have details from all. But for example, and plus they were repeating, some of them were repeating. So, but the things that stuck with me are in the climate change across Copernicus. This was an interesting discussion because it was really looking very much at work across services. And there were really some initial discussions on, hey, can we have some use cases where we bring different services together to look into maybe specifically urban heat islands? And can we make some products which indeed leverage elements of different services? There was some discussion on AI, obviously, and NNM in terms of usability of data and bringing it to the users. There was the discussion in the emergency, on the emergency aspect, where it focused quite a lot on dashboards and in tools. You know, how do we bring together data in a single data catalog, and how do we make them accessible, and how do we have dashboards which can help us analyze this data? Yeah. And then in the user uptake, this was also very rich, and there were several things that emerged. Again, the centrality of user was confirmed, and we looked into some national needs. If there are nature restoration legislation, if there is a soil law, what are the data, what is the data that we need? It was asked to what extent CLMS can help different national actors identify the right data and help them understand how they can be best used to report and to address implementation of some of these legal components. I think overall the key message here is that these sessions were very, very good, very dynamic and very intense with lot of interactions. The ones I was in, they all ran over the time. We had to be rushed out of the room in the middle of discussions almost, obviously, to be able to rotate. So, yeah, thanks. Back to you, Tim.
Well, I have some take-home messages, but I mean, not me. They're on the screen there for you.
Okay, is it again? Okay, so basically I kick off and Carl finishes. Well, three key messages that we've put here is that the Mediterranean is becoming a flagship for next generation land monitoring. I mean, it was really great to be here and a very opportune indeed, like to be at the right place at the right time. And indeed, we have seen from different presentations how land monitoring in the Mediterranean region is now, and it will really be very important also in the future of the service. So when we will be talking about the technical annex, what goes in, what are the product details, this will certainly be present there. Then the second thing I think that kind of stuck with me is that CLMS is becoming a mature service for Earth intelligence. We had this kind of pathway from, okay, first we need to get the Earth observation data, then we need to analyze it, so it was from observing to understanding. Then it was from observing to understanding to acting. And now I think it's really becoming a mature tool, a mature, if you want, policy toolbox, which allows Earth intelligence. If you think, for example, we had a discussion in one of the breakout rooms on heat islands, yeah? And what struck me is actually that at a certain moment it was said that we have opportunity not only to integrate data across services, but also to integrate socioeconomic components. Yeah? You have heat islands, you want to combine it with health data, you want to combine it with census data, to see the density, to see the population distribution across certain urban areas. Sometimes you even need, it was mentioned, more coarse data, right? And more coarse information, because it allows you to plan very quickly and to predict certain scenarios. So for me, this really is a sign that policymakers today are getting a toolbox which they can use in a very dynamic and very rich way. Yeah? And it's actually, I think today we really have this level of maturity. If we are talking about integration across all of these services, it is because the services are mature and we start looking at taking them to the next level and how to evolve them. Yeah. And indeed, this is maybe the last point, is this collaboration across policy domains and scales is a strategic priority. I mean, we've talked about scales, European, global, things are coming together as much as possible in terms of policy demands, in terms of technology. The policy domains, well, you talk about biodiversity, you have to talk about climate change, you have to talk about water, you have to talk about agriculture, you have to talk about land pressures, population dynamics. So, yeah, and I think this really showed here today. We looked at a lot of the examples of integrated analysis and tools which offer policymakers an opportunity to act in and to reflect in an integrated way.
I think so. Maybe just to wrap up then, and from my part, I think this element of Earth is one system, but also we have a system of tools and data now, and how we actually use that to create decision-ready insights is the key. And this final box at the bottom, I think, Tim, it keeps coming back to me, this image of the donkey and your phrase, it's not about the donkey, it's about the ears. The listening part, yeah? It's about listening about how do we actually create those decision-ready insights from all of the tools that we have available, and what tools do we need for the future. So I'll leave you with the image of the donkey. I just also want to take an opportunity on behalf of Ivan and myself to also thank everyone who came to the event, but also all the speakers, all the people who participated in the different sessions. Really, it's fantastic, especially because logistically we changed location for unfortunate reasons. I really want to thank the teams from EEA and JRC as well for putting this together. There are a lot of people behind the scenes in this, a lot to mention. I want to particularly mention Andreas, Usu, and Joanna, of course, as well for leading many of the activities, but all the colleagues who prepared this. It really is a lot of effort, as well as of course, the catering staff here at the venue that kept us fed and watered and kept the air conditioning on, at least after yesterday morning. And before I pass back to you, Tim, I'd also like to thank you for emceeing us through the entire event. This is your third year, and I think you're now in your groove, I think, yeah?
Thanks a lot. It's my pleasure. I would really like to have an applause for the organizing team, indeed, because they were great. So then there is only one task that is still here for me, and that's to end this session. And I want to thank you all again, also the audience online. I hope to see you again next year. We don't know yet where the next General Assembly will take place. I could give you a hint, namely that if you look at the Council presidency, it's Lithuania holding the presidency for the first semester of 27. But I said something like that as well last year, and it doesn't always work out like that. But I know you've proven now that you're very agile, and I hope to see you again next year, wherever this may be. So for those, and there is a slide for that as well, still in Valencia and joining for this afternoon, there is lunch break in La Maritima on the ground floor. Again, it's important for people with allergies to ask for a blue sticker at the entrance at the registration desk. And for those who are taking part in the NCP or GNU meetings this afternoon, these will take place on the second floor in the Sala Genova and Sala Mar from 2 o'clock onwards. Thanks a lot, and see you next year.